Hey everybody, this is Malkazar returning with another installment in the Final Fantasy XIV story playthrough. Last we played, we finished the Heavensward Bridge quest towards Stormblood, and now we can actually begin Stormblood. Let us do so right now. Look at that, 334,000. Beautiful. Let's see if it starts off with some voice acting or not.
Respond to the disappearance of Omega and the Primal. Oh, I didn't see you there. Forgive me. Word from Baelsar's wall is proving long in the coming, and my mind cannot help but stray to grim places.
Grim places, eh?
Alphino, a message from the Alliance.
It's about time. Pray summon the others at once.
Yes, sir.
General Uldin reports that his forces have secured the breach in Baelsar's wall.
And what of the Primal and Omega?
There is still no sign of either at this time. He writes that they will begin a more thorough investigation shortly.
Thorough.
And, as expected, he wishes to petition the aid of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
As expected.
The Alliance's decision to capture a part of Baelsar's wall is open to interpretation.
The wall serves to demarcate Imperial territory, Alamigo included, from the rest of Eorzea. To an observer, the Alliance's actions could be seen as a prelude to invasion.
Indeed. And the Alliance leaders have no wish to be branded invaders.
You're saying they won't fight for Alamigo? Even after everything that's happened?
Not without the consent of her people, no. Make no mistake, Lise. The Alliance is in complete agreement that the Empire must be purged from Eorzea. However, they will not set foot in Gyr Abania until they have formally secured the consent and cooperation of the Alamigan opposition.
They would have us act as intermediaries.
For now.
Precisely. The Scions are uniquely qualified to serve in this capacity. That is to say, Lise's, given her personal connection to the Resistance. Who better than you to broker an agreement between the Alliance and the people of Alamigo? Assuming you are willing, of course.
Of course I am. You know I'd like nothing more.
As for who should accompany you on said diplomatic mission, I had a mind to volunteer myself.
Well, that covers the talking part. But you just know there'll be trouble along the way. Are you available?
Alright. Do this. As if you have to ask.
Thanks. It means a lot knowing you'll be there.
I too shall accompany you. Such endeavors are seldom hampered by a surfeit of healers.
Good point. Allow me to offer my services as well.
Let's all go.
I have spent quite enough time here of late, so I'll be coming. But we will need someone to keep an eye on things.
Taru.
I trust you have no objections?
Oh.
None, my lady. Gladly shall I continue to serve as caretaker of the Waking Sands, and there keep watch for signs of primal and Ascian activity both.
As capable as my learned friend undoubtedly is, there are some troubles that may prove too much for a single scion, on account of which I mean to stay.
It is settled then. Let us each see to our preparations.
Oh man. New quest music. New expansion. Alright, let's go off now. I don't have to read now.
Ready, my friend?
Oh, nope. More voice acting. Beautiful.
Well then. Tataru, I leave the rising stones in your capable hands.
Don't worry, Alphino. I'll see that the place is still standing when you come back.
Mistress Y'shtola has unfolded all. You are bound for Girabania?
Aye. The Alliance would have us make contact with the Alamegan resistance as soon as possible.
It begins then. As soon it shall in Doma, if the gods are good. 'Tis but a pity it must be now. I am sorry that we shall not be present to fight beside you in the battles to come.
You have stood with us countless times, Lady Yugiri. Pray do not apologize.
Then let us thank you instead. You and yours stood with us from the first, when we came to this land as refugees in search of sanctuary. Loath am I to think what might have become of my people, had you not extended to us the hand of friendship. We will never forget. This I solemnly swear.
Much has changed since first you set foot on these shores. Revenant's Toll stands as a testament to that. I'm sure your people will manage in your absence.
Indeed. They have built a new home for themselves and no longer need me to shepherd them. The time has come for Kozetsu and I to return to our master, to our home.
I know how you feel. It's time I went home too.
Everybody's going
Our
home.
battlefields be 1,000 mounds apart. Our purpose is one. Let all men hearken to the clarion call of freedom, of liberation, from Eorzea to the far east, that they may rise up and cast down the curse of Garlemald.
Take care, you hear me? When all of this is over, we're going to celebrate. Together. Just you wait.
I should like that very much. Fare you well.
Bows and nods. Do I get to do the bow? You learn the bow emote. Oh, there's more to it. 1,000 miles apart, yet united in purpose. Let us pray both our endeavors meet with success. Shall we then? Wait, not just yet. I know I'd forgotten something important. Please, could you come with me? Well, she just gave me everyone new outfits. Me, what, now? Alright then, if you insist. She'll probably move a lot better in that too. Seeing as she's a monk, she needs it. What do you think? As you can see, I designed it to be light and loose. An outfit tailor-made to the needs of a skilled fighter like Lise. Your work never ceases to impress. Much more of this, and I may have to stop introducing you as a science receptionist and start referring to you as our preeminent seamstress. It's lovely, Totaro. Thank you. I feel like I could take on a legion. I'm glad you like it, and with that, I'll delay you no longer. Safe travels. Then onward to Giribania. Our first stop will be Amarasay's Spire in the East Shroud. Let's go teleporting. Come on. Come on. That's unnecessary. They could have just spawned me back inside the Rising Stones. It'd have been a lot quicker. But no, we needed to spawn me outside in Mordona. And now that I'm in Stormblood, I can get to the new class quests. Yeah. Only let's do that first. Where is that? It says it was Ulda. They may have a weapon or something for me. That'd be nice. New ability, maybe. Excuse me. I assume it's going to be at Genlin's. No rewards. Recess the men I wish to see. Have something in my care for you. Imitation of fighting tournament. Not just any tournament, but the prestigious Ul Cup, founded by His Royal Majesty Sasagan Ul Sasigan, first Sultan. As old as the nation itself. You're unfamiliar with it because it has not been held generations. Okay. Blah blah. Let's get in there. Where do I sign up? Wait. Really, it's over here by the Sultana's doors. Welcome you to the tournament. Opening ceremony will be any time now. Oh, I have to talk with Gladiators Guild. Tournament participants. So, hey, look, it's Constant. Who's this? I didn't even know his own name. Owen. I know this one, Handaloop. Probably do. Probably run into him a few times. Oh, he's from Ishgard. This one I don't recognize. Okay. Give that to the little cup. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, there are rules. You lose, you go home. You win, you advance the next match. One of your potential opponents. You do want to learn what you can of the competition. That's true. Knowledge is power. Really special event. It's Her Majesty, the Sultana. $100 have passed since last held. We will revive the Ul Cup. Oh, excuse me. I don't care about what the columnist says. Let's begin. I may actually be able to pull on the next one because I'm already, yep, level 63. And I leveled up from that too. Your opponent is Bartholomew of the Sultan's Sworn. Let's get in there and get to fighting. He's kind of frightened, but he's like, all right, well, I'm going to do my best anyway. Let me know when you're ready to proceed. Do this. Yeah. I think he would have hit me that. I guess I dodged it. Success. Oh, there we go. More fighting. I think all my cooldowns would be back, but that's fine. I wasn't even near you. You came up and just kicked me. What's going on over here? They're gonna keep knocking me around. Dang, that was annoying. And a loop. Yeah. Aw. It did have the little dots around it, but it went away just before I hit the button. Of course it did. He's immune to the slow. You're not gonna be able to pull that off on me. Oh dang, he's just going all out, isn't he? Ow. Great for healing. He's hurting quite a bit. Well, dang. He dropped like a rock at the end there. Duty complete. That was the best out of the one group. That's another group. They'll probably be fighting each other. Blah, blah, blah. Uh-oh, creepy music. Speak with Hendeloop. Where is he? He should be right here. After he loads. There he is. You were magnificent. And everyone else that I beat. They're all going to learn from me. Let's go talk to Mila. Oh, I got this one too. I think after this one I'll be done with these for a bit because I'm not going to get like 2 or 3 levels out of these. Well, I'm just going to skip them anyway. I just want to get to the story. I just want to get these out of the way. Apparently Milo fought and lost just now. Did I do his watch or do I do a fight too? Black Lotus Beater. Wait, quicksand. Bimjeem. I'm clicking on it and nothing's happening. There we go, geez. Well, at least this one was just a bunch of running around and, you know, just talking. Usually I really don't like those, but when I want to get to the story, this makes it a lot faster. Okay, this one's going to be 67, 68, okay. Now we can go and get back to the story. Huzzah. I didn't say this last time, but look at this spire. All are present and accounted for. When you are ready, my friend, pray inform the officer that we wish to proceed into Girabania. Let's do it. Ah, the signs of 7th dawn. We were told to expect you. Shall I summon someone to escort you to the wall? We know where it is. We can just go there ourselves.
I remember crossing the border, standing in Girabania once more. Me and my fellow scions, the warrior of light among us. Behind us, Baelsar's wall cutting the land in two. Freedom on one side, tyranny on the other. Tyranny and the promise of a new beginning. But one that could only be bought with flames and blood.
What's going on over there? Looks like something like demolished that mountain. Aha! Stormblood. Now I have to get more aether currents. Oh, come on. Yep. Alright. Let's talk to Raban first. Greetings, Scions. On behalf of the Eorzean Alliance, I welcome you to Castrum Oriens. Thank you, General. We were relieved to hear that your forces secured the wall without incident. Have the Imperials made any attempt to retake the Castrum since? None. Save for a few skirmishes between our scouts and their patrols, we've had barely any contact with them. We all know it's only a matter of time before things escalate. As if attacking Baelsar's wall weren't enough, Ilbert summoned a primal right on their doorstep, and Garlemald does not like to let such shows of defiance go unanswered. 'Twas a declaration of war, even if it was not Ilbert's to make, and now we are bound by it, for weal or for woe. The Scions stand ready to serve, General. What would you ask of us? As stated in my message, the Alliance will not proceed without the support and cooperation of the Alamegan people. We would have you serve as our emissaries and make contact with the Resistance. Consider it done, General. We won't let you down, I swear. And I'll leave you to it. Godspeed. Aha, of all the Castra in the world, you walk into mine. Master Garland, what brings you here? A certain missing Allagan weapon and Draconic Primal, Omega and Shinryu, I think they should be called it. Anyway, we've been studying their trail of destruction, hoping it might lead us somewhere, which it has singularly failed to do. Then 'tis like Omega fell to earth in occupied territory, meaning it may already be in Imperial hands. Even so, it bears repeating that we engage the stasis systems. Assuming the command was received and executed successfully, the weapon will be of no use to them. Assuming. We should hurry up and find it regardless. All the more reason to reach out to the Resistance. If we want to press on into Garabania, we'll need their blessing. Everyone's counting on us. Let's not waste any more time talking. Oh, excuse me. Who has the quest? Please. As you've probably heard, there are plenty of factions in the Resistance, so I'm taking us to see the one with the most influence. Their headquarters are located in the place called Rogger's Reach, an old temple to the east of here across the Veladina River. I learned a route that would allow us to avoid Imperial patrols. Stick with me and we'll be there before you know it. Still with me? Good. From here, we'll head northeast toward the river. The water's not too deep. We won't have to swim. Alright, where's this? There it is. There we go. What's going to be across there? Baits. No, thank you. Gonna get to it easily? I'll go get that real quick. I'm level 65, and these things are level 60, and they're seeing me one just every single time. It's kind of annoying. I know I'm not outside of their level range entirely, where, you know, they have to be like you're literally walking on top of them for them to see you. Come on. Oh, excuse me. Look, I was even behind him. He got me. Watch, okay. Oh, I'm locked behind this guy too. Yep. Ridiculous. I know the amount of noise my mount makes does not have an effect. Or should not have an effect on the ability to walk around people without them noticing me. Not like the noisier the mount, the easier it is for them to catch you. What do you have for us, Lise? I don't see any soldiers. Good, let's cross. We were wondering about the tower to the south. That's part of Castellum Valladina. That's what the Imperials decided to call the old bridge after they fortified it. I call it a great big eyesore. Honestly, you can see the rotten banner from absolutely miles away. They never miss a chance to rub our noses in it, do they? Come on, we should keep moving. North. Ooh. Right, crocodile. Which, they still notice me. I was not even close to him. There it is. I can see it from here. You're gonna catch me anyway. Oh, surprised he didn't. See if walking behind this guy will do it. The aggro radius isn't as strong as the leshies or whatever they are. Spider thing, cool. Up there, okay. I get there from here. Awesome. I'll worry about that later. Battlefield. This is an Imperial ship. All crashed up. We're here. On the other side of this pass is Ralker's Reach. So you say, but all I see are rocks. I presume there is some sort of trick to this? Indeed. Glamour. G'day, Y'shtola. I take it they have a talented mage in their ranks, or mayhap an artificer trained in the modification of glamour prisms. Something like that. The important thing is that it fools the Garleans. Now, before we go in, I don't know if Totaro told you, but my friend Nago, the messenger who came to the Rising Stones, is a member of this faction. So they know us, and they shouldn't attack us on sight. That said, they can be a bit jumpy, so let me lead the way, and don't go reaching for your weapons or anything. Aww. In the sprinkle of demasking dust, all it is laid bare. And now the Empire knows where you are.
I remember the old stories. How the Breaker of Worlds came down from on high and cleft the earth with a single blow. Ralga's Reach, a holy place, and a fitting home for the Resistance, for the brave and the true, the loyal sons and daughters of Alamigo. They were waiting for us there, men and women whose souls still cried out for what was lost, for what could be ours again.
You'll forgive us our precautions, but we couldn't be sure we had crossed we couldn't be sure who had crossed the barrier. We see you now for who you are, though, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Now, I know you would not have us to come all this way unless you have something important to discuss, and I'm eager to hear what it is you have to say. But let's not do this on our doorstep, eh? Come with me. This is this expansion's version of Idleshire as well, even though you start off in it. Now I have access to it. Abania. The Fringes Gate is now accessible. Very nice. Only like 2 of them. Great. Alright. Come on. Ooh, lightning.
Allow me to welcome you once more to Ralga's Reach, our humble headquarters. My name is Conrad Kemp, and I have the dubious honor of overseeing operations here.
It is a pleasure to meet you, Master Kemp. I am Alphino Leveilleur of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, as are my comrades. Before I speak of our purpose here, pray allow me to thank you for sheltering Ida, forgive me, Lys, and Papalymo at great risk to yourselves.
No, there's no need for that. They risked their necks for us enough times. 'Twas the least we could do.
I wanted to, I mean, about the mask and...
He's not very good at speaking.
Ah, don't fret over that. You're not the first person to take up arms against the Empire under a false name. We'd do the same if we had any sense. My condolences for your loss, child.
Papalymo laid down his life to save us, to give us a chance to make a better future for ourselves. There will never be a better time to drive the Garleans from our lands. But we have to take the lead on this. We can't leave it to fanatics like Ilberd.
when a few of our people were taken in by his promises. Followed him all the way to the wall. Good men and women who never came back. When Monago told us what had happened, how the bastard had made sacrifices of them for his twisted ritual, by Rolger it filled me with an unholy fury. But what's done is done. Best we can do now is see that it wasn't all in vain.
That is why we are here today, sir. To see that some good comes of this tragedy. On behalf of the Eorzean Alliance, we do hereby extend a formal offer of military assistance to the Alamegan resistance.
Do you now? Well, go on then. I'm sure there's more to it than that.
Explain, explain. Explain, explain.
So that's the way of it, eh? The Alliance, hoping to avoid a direct confrontation with the superior forces of the Empire, wishes to engage them by proxy with our vastly inferior ones. My comrades and I must confer on your proposal. A moment, if you please.
Of course, Master Kemp. Take all the time you require.
That doesn't sound like a good deal to me. Excuse me. So it would seem we find ourselves with a surfeit of free time. Forgive me. We're free to look around Rugger's Reach. In fact, I would encourage you to do so. It'll give you a better grasp of our current circumstances. Thank you, Master Kemp. I believe you will do just that. In case you two will go explore things, let us make the most of this opportunity and assess the Resistance's capabilities. Free to poke our noses wheresoever we will, eh? I like the sound of that. Excuse me. Well, I already know this place inside and out. I can show you around if you like, Malchezair. Great, let's get started. I mean, the last time you were here, you were 5, so that was 20 years ago, according to what you said. So how much of it do you really remember? There. Okay. Okay. I'm wondering because the sound is coming from the right. I'm like, that's my left not working? Nope, it's just directional. Okay. I'll bet you think the Resistance is mostly made up of Alamegan Highlanders like me, but the truth is that we don't even account for half. We've got Hellsguard from all the way over by the spine in there, and plenty of Seekers of the Sun like Nago. There's even some Beastmen, well, Beast women I suppose, like the one over there, using Ananta. They've been with us for quite a while now. But one of the smaller faction has, the rest won't have anything to do with us. We're no different from the Garleans to them. They keep to themselves, spending all their time crafting, and Anta make the most amazing jewelry, by the way. They use magics to twist metals and crystals into shapes you wouldn't believe. It's a pity people hardly ever get to see their work. But then most don't even know they exist. That's enough about them. Anyway, let's take a closer look at the statue of Ralger, shall we? Pretty awe-inspiring, isn't it? The Breaker of Worlds, who guided our ancestors through these lands all those centuries ago. Ida used to tell me the story on stormy nights. She wanted me to understand, remember. At the end of the 5th astral era, when the waters rose higher and higher, people all across Eorzea beseeched the heavens for a sign, and lo, a burning star appeared in the eastern sky and led the way to these mountains of Yeravania. They who were saved by his grace pledged to honor and revere him, to devote themselves to great works without and within. A storm of blood approaches fast, hell's open, heavens weep, for no one's soul doth lie beyond. I can't even finish it. The last part was inscribed in the stone by a monk of the Fist of Rhalgr. Ida explained it to me. A day will become, bringing strife and sorrow that none may escape. Waste not these precious hours, but in quiet preparation make strong the body and mind. I don't know if that storm of blood is finally upon us, but if it is, I have to believe that everything we've been through, everything that has led us to this point, will see us through to the end. Sorry, this is all a bit melodramatic, isn't it? Let's keep moving, shall we? Off to the infirmary. Let me see if I can find that so I can finish that. There we go. A storm of blood approaches fast, hell's open, heavens weep, for no one's soul doth fly beyond the measure of his reach. Okay. Not much, but I didn't get to finish it, so might as well. I mean, for the story anyway. If I missed any part of the story that's actually important, then I feel like I'm doing a disservice. Ananta, as she said, right? This is the infirmary, as you can probably tell. Here's where the resistance healers patch up the wounded and tend to the sick. No matter how carefully we planned our operations, casualties were inevitable. It's a sad thing to think about, but it's also important to remember the cost, as Conrad would say. We should go. I'll show you to the Aetheryte Plaza next. I've already done all this exploration. When you've seen one Aetheryte, you've seen them all, right? Not quite. This one's an older design, dating back decades to when the Fist of Rhalgr was still here. They may look a little different, but it works just as well as any other. I'll show you where the settlers are next. But don't forget to attune the Aetheryte before we go. The settlers. Arms, armor, potions, you name it, these folks got it. Resistance would be in a bad way without brave merchants to keep it provisioned. If you're short on anything, or you need something repaired, these are the people to speak to. Oh, Alphino and Alizair are here. Why don't we see how they're getting on? Look at that. Immediately start getting upgrades. Alright. I have wings. Time to take the measure of our friendly neighborhood merchants. They're a bold lot, that much is plain. If the Imperials found out they were peddling their wares to the Resistance, they'd be lucky to escape with their lives. It's a gamble, and I admire their courage, but their motives could hardly be said to be altruistic. Here you are. I've been looking all over for you. We finally discussed your proposal and are ready to receive you all back at the tent. I've sent someone to fetch your Stola and Crow, so if you'd like to follow me. Voice acting, maybe?
Thank you all for waiting. We have reached a consensus. I, Conrad Kemp, do hereby accept the Eorzean Alliance's proposal. You must understand, however, that our cooperation comes with certain caveats.
Those caveats being...
I take no joy in this, just so you know. Were it within my power, I'd offer you more assistance. But the resistance is far more fragmented than you realize. The men and women in my care belong to but one of many factions. Simply put, I can only speak for the people of Rolga's Reach. Now, I have every intention of appealing to the others, and I expect many will agree, but it will take time, and I cannot guarantee universal support.
Understood. I shall see that the Alliance is under no misapprehensions as to your position.
Much obliged. But that's not the whole of it. As you can imagine, the loss of those who cast their lot with the Griffin left us short on numbers. Some of our most trusted veterans died at the wall, and we've had to fill their posts with the young and inexperienced. Frankly, everything's in a right bloody mess.
Oh, we'd be more than happy to help you get back on your feet. If we're going to work together, we'll be doing ourselves a favor.
Well, there's no shortage of work to be done, that's for sure. We're in dire need of new blood, too.
Ishtola and I could lend a hand in the infirmary. From what I saw, they could do with a few more healers.
Very well. I, for my part, shall return to the Rising Stones. I'm certain there are others among the Scions who would welcome the opportunity to fight for Alamegan liberation.
Is there anything else we can do to help?
Why are you looking at me?
I had something else in mind for you, lot. Monago and Mefred will tell you more.
Understood. We won't let you down.
Right then, Monago and Mefred are to be our keepers. Knowing not about what they require, one task is as good as the other. Make your choice, Malkazair. I think we have to do both anyway. I was doing it anyway. Ridiculous. Let's start with Mefred's first, then we'll come back and do Monago's. At the risk of repeating myself, it's still hard for me to believe that we'd meet again here, of all places. Although I reckon you probably don't remember me after all this time, eh? Of course I remember you. You're the guy I helped your buddy in Warrimal. I'm impressed, given everything you want to accomplish. You'd be forgiven for forgetting all of your time in Warrimal. Suffice it to say, we didn't forget about you either, nor the lives you saved. As for me, I went to Little Alamigo while Galleon was recovering. Gunibald was my former commander and an old friend. I had a lot on my mind. Galleon was the fake Griffin, I believe. In the end, I decided to disband our unit. I told the men to live their lives as they saw fit. Some chose to remain in Little Alamigo, and others went to Ul'dah for work. But as you can see, I chose to come back to Garabania and join Conrad and the others. I've kept busy since then, ferrying people and provisions across the border and back. It's not been easy, but it's been fulfilling. Today, however, we'll be heading east into the peaks. Conrad thinks we might have luck finding new recruits in the village of Alagana. Alagana? If you're going there, you're taking me with you. Oh, that's right. You're from Alagana, aren't you, Elise? By all means, we'd welcome the company. There'll be more to it when asking around, but we can talk about it on the way. Make your preparations and meet me by the tunnel to the peaks. Can I grab hers too? Actually, I can. Let's do it. Before we begin, I'd like to thank you, Scions, again for patching me up after I bled all over your floor. I owe you my life, and I won't forget that. Furthermore, it was rude of me to run off without saying a word. It's all well and good me claiming my duties here couldn't wait, but a parting thank you was the very least you deserved. My apologies. And thank you. Now to business. Commander Kemp entrusted me with a formal reply to be hand-delivered to my Alliance leadership. It covers everything we discussed, as well as detailing the disposition of our forces. What I need is an escort, 1 or 2 men at most, so we can make it to this wall swiftly and without attracting undue attention. Very well, I shall join you on this. General Alden commands the forces of Castle Morians. It should be simple enough to see it into his hands. Great, that's just what I wanted to hear. When you're ready to depart, meet me at the pass leading out of the Reach. That one actually, I think this one's shorter, so we'll do that one first. Uh-oh, am I seeing these already? What's this one? Oh. Okay. Alright. Got everything you need? Good. Let us be off. There we go. A little more comfortable. A lot more comfortable, actually. If I remember correctly, these first couple zones here are kind of split in half. You do those, and then you go somewhere else and you do a bunch of stuff, and you come back and the other half is unlocked for you, story-wise. When you grow up hunting these lands, you learn to discern the sounds of what could mean life and death. Be they of a predator or patrol. From what I'm hearing, we have a 7-man patrol augmented with a single magic armor. Wide search pattern, divided into 2, no 3 teams. I don't think they know we're here. It's risky, but we should split up and try to take them all by surprise at the same time. We don't want them calling reinforcements. 3 teams, 3 of us. Nothing for it then. Where are they? Head north. You should see them along before they see you. I'll deal with the ones to the south. The armor should be just to the west. Malkazir's best equipped with dealing with that. We attack in 5. That should be enough time to get into position. Rendezvous in the West Bank after. Any questions? No? Then good luck. We attack in 5, what, seconds? Oh, excuse me. Experience bonus applied. I don't remember if those are constant or if they're random, but I didn't see them before Stormblood. It looks like everything went to plan. Not that I'm surprised. The 3 soldiers I faced didn't put much of a fight. Most of the Imperials we get out here are conscripts from other provinces with little training and even less conviction. It's grim work killing men and women like that, but don't doubt they'd do the same to you if the roles were reversed. And don't you dare pity a man in armor. Conscript or no, a soldier piloting one of those can kill a dozen good men in the blink of an eye. Not that I need to tell you that after what happened at the wall. Yeah. Upgrades. Don't like the color, but it's alright. Right, I believe we've rested long enough. We should resume our journey before someone notices their missing patrol. Yeah. I was thinking, would it be faster to teleport and walk over, but not really. You get any new titles? We're clear. Only Alliance patrols ahead. You said the forces of Castum Oriens were under the command of Flame General Raban al-Din, did you not? Rhalgr, the Bull of Alamigo himself. I've never dreamed I'd have a chance to meet the legend. Back on the path. There we go. You gonna attack me? These leshies, man. Bum, bum, bum.
It is good to see you again, my friends. I hope you are here to tell me you have made contact with the Resistance.
We are, General. Allow me to introduce Monago of Rhalgr's Reach.
At your service, sir.
Oh,
May I say what an absolute honor it is to stand before the Bull of Alamigo.
To fix my green screen a second.
Bloodsands girl. You and I are but soldiers on a battlefield fighting for the same cause.
As you say, General. On behalf of Commander Kemp of the Alamigan Resistance, I present to you our formal response.
Good. I'm glad we've reached an accord. Though I was not aware you had suffered such losses.
Aye. Some of our finest took part in the Griffin's doomed assault, and we've been struggling to find new recruits ever since. The massacres cast a pall over the whole Resistance, and many who might once have been open to joining us have since thought better of it.
After all of the Griffin's false promises, one can hardly blame them. They have no desire to give their lives for a lost cause.
lie to them. This is war, and lives will be lost. Yet what we offer is not the fever dream of a madman, but true hope.
The people need proof of this, Father. Let us show it to them. I say we stand shoulder to shoulder with our new allies and engage the Garleans in open warfare. The Resistance must demonstrate that they can hold their own against Imperial regulars. And with our assistance, I am confident they can do just that. If we can achieve even a token victory, I believe it will serve to rekindle the hope of the Alamegan people and inspire them to rise up once more.
Aye. Once word spread that we'd won a battle against the Garleans, I'd wager we'd have new recruits flocking to us from Malms around. The question is, when and where do we strike?
I'm glad you asked. I have a plan.
I already have the setup. Our scouts recently informed me of an interesting development at Castel Valladina, namely the arrival of a shipment rumored to have come from the research and development facilities near the capital containing prototype Magitech armor. It is our assessment that this armor is to be field tested here, most likely against Alliance forces, mayhap before the day is out. Damn it all, more Magitech weapons? That's the last thing we need. Return is not unwarranted, but we didn't despair just yet. The shipment is thought to have contained a single heavy unit and 1 or 2 support units. With a well-laid ambush, we are confident we could destroy them all, hindering their development and delaying further deployment. Future deployment. And should we carry out this as a joint endeavor with the Resistance, they'll have their rallying cry. It will mean dropping all pretense about the Alliance not wanting to go to war with the Empire. But you'd have to have a lot more folk willing to stand up and fight if they knew they weren't alone. And you were going to have to do it eventually anyway. Exactly, and so what I propose is simple. We harry their patrols to bait them into bringing their prototype weapons to the east end, where our Resistance allies will take them from behind. Simple indeed, and well within our capabilities. I see no reason to delay, especially if a field test is imminent. What say you? Assuming the Vice Marshal's intelligence is accurate, I agree with his assessment and fully support his plan. I shall notify my comrades at once. Understood. I shall have one of my men bring you the details of the plan anon. And we, for our part, will be fighting with the Alliance, yes? I somehow doubt you were intending to sit this one out. Nah, I'm gonna have a couple beers. Alright, let me fix my green screen. 1 second. Twisted weird. White or green screen. As it stands, I already have it pretty much right off the back of my chair. Aha, see, a new weapon too. We've been careful to avoid needless shows of force this side of the wall, but that's all about to change, and when it does, you may be sure they'll send their new toys to entertain us. I would ask you to participate in this operation, but from that look, I see it as a foregone conclusion. My thanks. Per Pippin's plan, we need to turn East End into an Imperial graveyard. Excuse me, you're a dab hand to this, and I'd be a fool not to use you. Excuse me. Head to this spot on your map, right here, A patrol should be along shortly. Deal with them, then rendezvous with the rest of us at this location. Go well, Malkazair. I like kind of the blue quest. Don't want to do any of these I can find that unlock yeah, Aether Currents. That's the ones. Don't care, don't care, don't care. Okay, so it's not going to do any damage to them. Okay. Not against normal enemies. Rubber band already. There we go. Cooldowns. Nice. But I can't fly. That's what this whole point is get the flight from doing these things. Excuse me. Come on. And done. Nice. All right. We're already here, so we're just going to go straight down. Might as well use this machine. Doesn't do any damage or anything else, but it's still cool looking. Pew pew. A paralysis. Annoying. See if this is going to be any faster. Never go around. Look, there's everyone just chilling. See you. And for a battle. All went to plan then? Good. Our scouts report that the unit escorting the prototype weapons has left Stellum Veladina. I don't know if I continue pronouncing it that way, but it looks like it might. Veladina. Veladina. I don't know. The resistance is already in position, so we have but to wait for our guests to arrive. It's that dude.
Things looked grim for us after Cartano, didn't they? Oh, how they doubted us. Yet here we are, right as rain, with fancy new toys to put through their paces. It's like all my name days have come at once. Well, 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 if it isn't Garland's little troublemaker. I can't wait to see the look on Xenos' face when I bring him your head. That is, if my secret weapons here don't grind it into mush. Attack!
Alright, whatever. Gynewald or whatever your name is. Grindwatt. Deal with the escort. Leave the armor to me. Oh, okay. I'll take the armor down. Welcome me as Edrin Alden. Chance to get my revenge on Malkuzair. Test on new weapons and kill an Alliance commander. Oh, it is much better than this. Alizé. One would think he harbored a grudge against you, Malkuzair. Whatever did you do to him? Hurry up and kill the bastards. We've got him outnumbered. Well, that's what he said to me, is leave the armor to me. Okay. I'll just fight it myself. Why are there all these dudes on me? Where are the idiots doing? Give them everything we've got. And there's no end to them. I'm here if you need healing, Malkuzair. Yes, please. You know what? There, I'm gonna see if I can take these stairs down any faster. Honestly, not much at all. They're all pretty dang tough, so I'll just focus on the one dude. Keep it up, lads. That thing won't take much more. Alright, cool. Enough. We have secret weapons of great power, don't we? Let's bloody well use them. On your guard, Malkazar. He's up to something. Uh-oh.
You'll be weeping blood.
Damn it all. Have we got anything else? More armor or weapons or something? More of them. I'm gonna have a word with our scouts. That was that Raubon? Yeah. Pew 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 pew. Man, this sure is taking a while. This can't be happening. Not again. Oh, there we go. We didn't have to beat it all the way. We just needed to get to a certain point. He who fights and runs. What the? Who in the hells are you lot? Al amigo, let none escape. His face. Perfect. I'm gonna keep fighting the robot. We have them now. Forward, forward. You think you've won, eh? That we go together. Self-destruct secrets initiated. 60, 59, 58. 7 hells. There's no time to get to safety. We must disable it before it blows. Everyone attack then. $30, $29, $28. No, no, no. A secret weapon. My lighting in here keeps changing. It's kind of weird.
Oh, damn it all! Miracles of Magitech design, my arse! I passed harder stools than these piles of scrap. You'll pay for this. Mark my words, the next time we meet will be the last.
Aye, run and tell your viceroy. The day belongs to Al Amigo.
Well done, all of you. I'd call this operation a resounding success. Can't say I'm surprised. The Bull of Al Amigo had an impressive military record before he went west, as I recall. Credit where it's due, Master Kemp. It was Marshal Tyropin who made this plan, and all of you, Resistance and Alliance alike, who carried it out to perfection. Aye, that they did. Not a single casualty, for which I'm grateful beyond words. I've no doubt our comrades back at the Reach will feel the same. As will ours. Yay! It's been a pleasure, General. Until the next battle. Monago, I leave the Scions in your care. We shall return to the castrum then. Alexander, Mistress Levier, once more you have my thanks. As Master Kemp said, until the next battle. Alright. Monago. I had heard the stories, but to actually see you in action, I almost found myself pitying the Imperials. Seriously though, it was inspirational. But you must be tired of hearing that, eh? I'll keep it simple then. Thanks for the help out there. Thanks for the new weapon. Kaboom. Ooh, it's a giant this slab of iron. Or steel. Well, these are mithril actually, or high steel. High steel. Well, there's no reason to remain here any longer. Let's get back to the Reach. I'll meet you there. I'm gonna go... I'll walk. I'm gonna turn in this side quest real quick to get my... Yeah, later. Get my Aether Current. Blah, 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 and thank you. Alright. Now, yeah, let's go back to Walker's Reach. Turn that in, and then we'll go down the other side. You didn't have to take part in the operation, but you did. You went above and beyond what we asked of you, what was asked of you without hesitation, and for that we owe you a debt. Our victory may not count for much in practical terms, but its symbolic value can't be overstated. Alliance and Resistance fighters came together to face an Imperial unit equipped with Garlemont's newest weapons and smashed them. The people will remember this day. That they will, for it marks the beginning of something far greater than any single victory. The beginning of a campaign by a united Eorzea to drive the Garleans from our lands. Promises and platitudes mean naught without action, but the Alliance took the field and risked their lives for our cause. I think the last time Gerdanian troops trod the soil was more than a century ago during the Autumn War, and that was to defend against our invasion. Ours is a long and bloody history, to be sure, and it gives me heart to see that, despite our acrimonious past, we can still come together for the sake of the future. Well said, Commander, which is why I intend to go from village to village and spread word of our victory and our new alliance. The people will flock to our banners. Just you wait and see. Algazar, Alize, I cannot thank you enough for your assistance. Oh, shield. Heck yeah. I'm gonna get a whole set of armor. It's designed to do that. What's the difference? I mean, it's not a huge upgrade, but it's still an upgrade. Upgrades are upgrades. That's the whole point. All right. A shield. It's kind of cool as the lion on it. All right, so now we can go speak to Meffred. This one takes longer, but it'll be fine. This tunnel will take us all the way to the peaks. We're on a mission for Conrad to Alagana. Clear the barricade, if you will. Aye, sir. Shouldn't take more than a moment. There are more villages there than out here, but also more Imperials keeping a close eye on things. We'll need to tread carefully.
I remember the peaks of Girabania, silent watchmen that would stand long after we were gone. We came seeking allies to join us in the fight against the Empire. People who had had enough. People who had suffered every possible indignity, who had been treated like animals, day after day after day.
The peaks. It's the other zone. I think the other one is the fringes. Orders reach, the peaks, and the fringes. Yeah, the fringes and the peaks. What does it look like on the actual map? The fringes and the peaks, and then this is one of the end ones, is the locks. We don't get there yet. Alright, excuse me. We have a glamour in place here too, as you may have noticed. So far as the Imperials are concerned, this is not more than a testament to the savage impulses of a lesser race. Remember though, once we leave these ruins, we'll have no glamours to conceal us. Villages to the east. Keep watch for patrols as we move. There it is. I'm actually not going to go too far out of my way to get these, because they're supposed to be close enough to where you go anyway that you get most of them. Nearing an Imperial in sight. That's a mercy. Alagana's due east past the bridge. Follow me. It's not much further. He's putting me at the same one. Trying to see if there's one closer. Yep, there we go. East. You can rest easy. We made it. This is Allegana. It feels strange coming home like this. I always imagined it would be... Oh, sorry. There's nothing to do with why we're here. We need recruits. Aye, we do, but as I said back in the Reach, it's a little more complicated than just asking for volunteers these days. As you know, we're shorthanded because many of our people were taken in by the Griffin's promises and went to the wall, never to return. It wasn't just them, though. Folks from all over, including some of my former comrades, answered his call to arms. As for why we came to this particular village, it's rumored that Allegana lost a few youths as well. If there's truth to that, then there could be others sympathetic to the cause. And again, after the Griffin's betrayal, they may be suspicious of outsiders claiming allegiance to the Resistance, and rightfully so. So with that all in mind, how are we supposed to convince them to join? I mean, I knew it wouldn't be as simple as giving a speech in the village square. Not if you didn't want to place the burn to the ground, no. You might as well piss in the Viceroy's eye. We'll need to be a good deal more circumspect than that. You never know when an Imperial spy is listening. We must speak with the elders first. I know for a fact he can be trusted. We'll listen to what he has to say and decide what to do after. Sounds like a plan. Let's hope there are still some brave men and women here willing to fight. Ragnfred, the village leader, our village elder, is over the shore. No time like the present. Let's have a word. Let's grab the Chocobo Keep. And, of course, grab the Aetherites. Don't know you, traveler. You merchant? You'll not find much custom here. Greetings and well met, elder, and sincerest apologies that I did not send word ahead of our arrival. Too long have I been away from Allegana, and I would know of your recent troubles. Ah, and you were comrades of Meffred. I see, I see. Speak on, though I suspect I know your purpose. The Griffin came with many men and left with many more. Such is the rumor. Is it true? He lit a fire in their hearts, and then dangled a dream before their tired eyes. And now you come to steal away what few remain. The Griffin was a traitor and a madman, and we had no part in his schemes. We have made an agreement with the Alliance. This time it will be different. This time, hold comfort to the dead and the ones they left behind. How much more must we go give before you've had your fill? But surely you hate the Empire as much as we do. They took our lands, our traditions, even our god. And they demand a fifth of what little we've got left. I hate the bastards with every fiber of my being. But that hate's not enough, Meffred. We can't keep doing this. I'll not tell anyone you came, but you need to go. Now, leave us be and never return. You've got no right to speak to us like that. I've got a quarry that was producing barely enough to keep us fed, and that was before half our young men and women went off to die for your bloody cause. So yes, I've got every right to tell you to leave my village. No, you don't, because it's my village too. My home. What in the hells are you on about? Wait, I know those eyes. You're one of Curtis's girls. Lise Hext, and I'm here. I'm here to take back my homeland. By the last time I saw you, you were... I didn't even know if you were still alive. I never thought you would come. I almost didn't, and my sister never will. Lots of others won't either, and that's why we've got to carry on the fight. You even sound like him. As you say, I've got no right to tell you when to leave. Allegana is much your home as it is mine. But I could say to you again, we can give no more. Yes, I heard you the first time. Let's go. Where is it anyway? Out in the water? With these giant scorpion things? Rag claws. Where is it? Oh. There it is. Litter crag claws. Let's go get that first. I don't even think I needed to go up this high. Nope. Alright. So turn this in. And then we'll take a bit of a break. That could have been handled better, but what's done is done. At least we've been granted permission to stay. I was hoping Ragnfrid might help us to recruit some of his people, but that clearly isn't going to happen. If we're going to convince any of them to join, we'll first need to gain their trust, regain their trust. It's risky and hardly subtle, but I said we approach the villagers directly, see what problems they've got, and if we can do anything to help. Makes sense to me. Let's split up and ask around. Ready for some upgraded boots. Yes, I'm in an area with the sanctuary. So we'll go and take a little break, and we'll be back. Peace out. Turning after my little break, we're going to go ahead and continue the main story here. We are working with Mefrid in order to try to get more recruits for the resistance in this town of Allegana. They're going to likely be skeptical because they recently lost a whole bunch of people because of the Griffin. So let's see what Angry Quarrel has to say to us. A new face in Allegana? What would you ask me then? A stranger and a generous soul besides. Bollocks. There's not more suspicious than a good Samaritan. On the other hand, if you are an Imperial agent, I expect you to go about your business with more discretion. Look at me, you really are to help, aren't you? Very well, I'll take you up on your offer. My little brother's working the rocks by Grim and Enid. He's got something for me. Can you go get it? Right then, Frightened Quarrel is his name. Ask him for the leftovers. He ought to understand. His angry Quirrell and frightened Quirrell. And what does you have for me? You best keep your distance if you know what's good for you. Say your piece and move on. Looking for folks down on their luck? Congratulations, you found one. As you can see, my leg ain't what it used to be. I can't see. Anyway, some days I can hardly walk for the pain. Mornings are the worst, especially after cold nights. Hard labor's right out, too much pain and trouble for others. There's a tea that helps, though. I need to grind a chapuli horn and a hornbill talent for the blend. I can get those for you. You'll go get some for me then, just like that. You needn't trouble yourself so. Well, guess what? You can't stop me. I'm troubling myself. Okay, so we'll get a chapuli horn and Erebonian hornbill. Ugh. Why, thank you so much for the follow, Magic. How's your day going? Not particularly. This is just the first character I decided to stream on, so I started them from scratch. The highest character I have is a 72 warrior, which is just before getting into Shadowbringers. I actually haven't touched any Shadowbringers content as of yet. That being said, this is also essentially my third time going through the Stormblood content, which is fine with me. I enjoy it, so it's fine. There's a hornbill. Yeah, what I'd like to do is be able to hop into Endwalker the second it launches. I already have the pre-order. But with how much I get to stream, that's the only thing I'll be doing. It's the only time I'll be progressing on this character is during stream. So I'd like to get there right as it launches, but we'll see. The only reason I have a little bit of time now to play is I usually only get to play like a few hours on the weekends. The only reason I have more time during this week and next week is because I have the vid, so I get to stay home. Five levels above you. Why do you keep aggroing from like a mile away? There's frightened Quirrell. Here for the leftovers, are you? Not like my brother to send someone in instead, but so be it. It's all in the sacks over yonder. They're bleeding heavy, mine, so be careful when you pick them up. Do you play as well? Actually, while I'm out here, I might as well grab that while I'm out here. Finish the crafting log. Do you get something for doing that, or is it just kind of a feather in your cap? Achievements, yeah. I figured, like, you can get up to max level and get all the best gear and everything for each one, and not have crafted everything in the crafting log. I think I need to go in there eventually anyway, so I'll just teleport. Oh, you do get something visual in order to indicate you've done it all? You've gone along well. What brings you back to Alagana? Here is your horns and talons. Oh, I never meant to. I mean, in times like these, you'd never think people actually will... This country's hard on people, but it's not just that. The Imperials, they've made it known I'm not to be helped. A dead man's good for one lesson, you know, whereas a live one... You're with the Resistance, right? I suppose there's no reason not to tell you then. My father, God's rest his soul, was deathly sick all the time, so I'd gone out into the forest, spear in hand, to gather herbs. And then I had the good fortune to run into an Imperial patrol. My weapon marked me as a rebel, or so they said. Not that it would have made a difference if I'd fought back. I knew what a lot of them were about the moment that Centurion laid eyes on me. Didn't matter in the end, of course. Some people just like to hurt others. And by the time I limped back to the hut, it was too late for my father. Too late for me too, and many others, I imagine. Help them too, if you like. They'll be grateful and say thank you, but beyond that, I wouldn't hope for much. Yeah, I like the little feathers of the cap. Like, there's really no reason to get all the classes maxed out, except for achievements and just, you know, having more capabilities amongst your own, yourself. You don't have to depend on others, but, you know, this is whatever you want to do. That's one of the reasons I like this one, is there's a lot of things you can do. You do them all, or you can do none of it. It's up to you. I know people that spend all their time in the Golden Saucer. The new phase. You have my leftovers. Huh? Well, I'll be. You actually went and brought the whole lot. Much obliged, much obliged. That's saltpeter for making fire sand, in case you're curious what it's all for. The rocks by the lakes got good deposits. Ain't hard for my brother to pass for any other plodding quarryman, all the while sweeping bits and pieces off the side to bundle up and sell to the settlers what trade with the Resistance. It's a living, and a way of fighting back besides. Our way of spitting the Garlean's eye for putting our father in an Imperial uniform and shipping him off to some faraway province 15 years ago. Don't know if he's dead or alive even. Though if he were alive, he'd not be long for this world if we were caught fighting for the Resistance. So this is the best we can do. That's the long and short of it. We do what we can, though we know it's not enough. I think you'll find that most folks here ain't much different. Everyone's got a reason, but in the end, the result's the same. I suppose I just wanted you to know is all, that we know why you're here, and that even if we can't join you, we wish we could. There you are, Malkazair. I'm trying to help the villagers deal with their food shortage of theirs. Recently, the Imperials have been swooping into villages unannounced and seizing supplies in order to prevent the people from stockpiling in case they might be in league with the Resistance. It's not much, but I've taught them a few tricks to better hide what little they've got left. How's Lise getting on, by the way? You'd think people would be more inclined to trust a local girl, assuming they remember her, that is. No, I didn't mean to. And where were you these past 20 years? Where were you when we were being ground into the Black Wolf's boot? On the other side of this bastard wall, living the high life, I'll wager. That's not fair. Oh, and who's this? Another one of your freedom-loving friends, deigning to help us poor unfortunate souls? Trying to whip us into a frenzy, so we'll go and storm a castrum with our pickaxes and shovels? Leave, all of you, before you bring a cohort down on us all. And you, don't you dare speak like you're one of us. You can't even begin to understand what we've been through. You weren't here, Lise. You weren't here. This is my home, and I love it with all my heart. And if you truly have any love for it too, you'll keep us out of your doomed rebellion. He has a point. No matter what I say or do, it doesn't change the fact that I left them behind. But this isn't about me or anyone else. It's about Alamigo. Let's go and find Mifred. Mefred. Not Mifred. Leviosa. Looks like the Elder wasn't the only one unwilling to hear us out. Can't blame him, given what happened at the wall. I thought I might be able to appeal to them as a fellow, I don't know, but if anything, I just made them angrier. I haven't lived through it like they have. I can't claim to know the struggle like they do either, Lise. I ran too, but if I hadn't, I'd have never met Malchezaar or the rest of you. And we might not be here today in a position to make a difference. I think I skipped a line there, but I can't go back, So I don't regret my choices, nor will I apologize for them. There is more than one way to fight. Help! Someone, anyone, we need help! Of course, perfect timing. I don't like the sound of that one bit. Come on. Rekrata, that Tributeman, the bloody Ratman, they... Damn it all. Either take a deep breath, then tell us what happened. It was all business as usual. The Tributans due suit, and we were taking it to the Imperials when the Keycurn attacked. They took my brother and our money. Took him where? Ruins of the Southveer. It was just an old temple before they came. And listen, Rekrata is the only family I've got left. If I lose him, I'd be alone. Ziggurat, if the Ratman took him there, he's as good as dead. We've got to go after them. If there's even a chance your brother's alive, we still have to try. He's just like, dang it. I just said he's as good as dead, and they don't believe me? You're right, at least we've got to help him, if not for the missing man, then for the Tributum. The Garleans won't suffer excuses if they're late. An idiot. So Rekrata is being held somewhere at the Ziggurat to the south, which has been taken over by a host of Keycurn bandits. You know what covers it then. Be prepared for a fight. They may not be the most challenging foes, but there's sure to be a lot of them. Dust Anila. Looks like a weird ghost thing. Immodest mouse. All right. Almost. And done with this one here. Maybe we get back to the actual main story after helping these people out. Please let me go. I'm begging you. I don't want to die. All the way up top. Hear that? I think it came from the top of the ziggurat. Who dares come to loot our man flesh? Ours to eat, ours to eat. We knew it'd come to this. Kill them quick before they alert the others. President just start the battle. There were like 7 of them before. Where are the rest of them? He is pretty weak, but I'm also level 65. Just everybody's attacking me today. Where Krata? Stupid. But Rolger, what did I ever do to deserve this? I've gone to bed hungry for months. I'm skin and bones. I'd hardly make a snack, much less a meal. Excuse me. Oh, you found him. Wait, are you here to rescue me? Your sister sent us. It's gonna be alright. My sister, oh Raga be praised, she's safe, and you lot fought your way in here just for me? I think there's still good, brave folk in this world. We should go before the key can return in force. Do you still have the tributum? Oh gods, the tributum, the Imperials will be wondering where I am. I have to go. What, right now, in your condition? You don't understand. We were given a warning last month for being short. If I don't make it in time, there's no telling what will happen to me and my sister. I'm glad we saved him, but seeing him run off like that, I've got a bad feeling about this. You know, I kinda hate having to do these in the middle of a battle zone. Anyway, let's get back to this. Listen, Malkazar and Mefred, I think we need to go after Wakrata. Wait, you better not be thinking of stopping him. You heard what he said. If they don't pay one way, they'll pay another way. I know that, I do. I don't want to interfere, I just want to see that he makes it there safely. If that's the sum of it, then fine. Let's head down and see if we can pick up his trail. Okay, so which side is it on? South. Okay. I don't remember exactly the way to get to it. But I know it's... There it is. I knew it was close. There. Over where? Over there. Search for his trail. You find nothing of interest. Ridiculous. Can't believe how huge their aggro radius is. Nothing of interest. Okay. Nothing of interest. None of those really fit him, but this one might. Chocobo feather. In the dirt you spy a chocobo feather. There it is. Makes sense because he hit a chocobo. Any luck? Chocobo feather, is it? Aye, by my reckoning it came from Wakrata's bird. In which case, there's a collapsed bridge just around the bend. Hug the rocks and stick to the shadows. We'll find him soon enough. collapsed bridge. Any minute now. I expect you'll come throwing around the bend. Hear that? Get to cover. Quick now.
Are they Imperials?
Worse. Skulls. Listen, Lise. Whatever happens, stay hidden and do not intervene. Understood?
What?
You there!
What?
Halt! You know you shouldn't be here. Explain yourself.
Forgive me, sir. I came to deliver the tributum.
Oh, aye. A likely story. Only a fool would dare to come so late. Or, mayhap, a resistance spy.
No! No, you've got it all wrong. I was waylaid by bandits. It's not my fault.
I said halt!
Is this a joke? You don't seriously expect us to believe this is a fake? How stupid do you think we are?
It is, I swear, on my mother's life.
Spare us. You came late, you lied about bandits, and then you tried to cheat the Empire of its due.
Think you can kill them all? Including the ones watching from the tower? Even if you did, others would come for him and his family. You'd be condemning them all to a life of hard labor. Assuming they didn't just execute them, that is.
He wants to go wreck them.
But it isn't fair.
Fair? This is war. And the Imperials, as we know, are pretty bad.
It's your bloody fault we're stuck out here patrolling this god's-forsaken wasteland. It's your fault I have to listen to people go on and on about how Alan Egans can't be trusted. I've worked and toiled harder than any man. I'm a citizen, goddammit. And what are you? A stupid, stubborn little dog who'd sooner bite the hand that feeds him and pine for the good old days.
That's enough! Lord Xenos is expecting our report.
I bet the poor bastard can't believe his luck. He gets to go home. We should do the same.
I'd heard their commander was keen-eyed, but gods, that was a near thing. It tears me up inside to see our own kinsmen doing the bidding of the Viceroy. But they made their choice, and if it comes to it, I'll cut down every last one of them myself. Enhance prominence. What does it do now? Oh, restores magic MP when I use it. With the combo, of course. Warcraft is alive and the tribute's been paid. That's all that matters for now. I, for one, would rather not wait around to see if the skulls decide to return. We best go back to Alagana and tell Rakenfrid his man about got the job done. Let's just teleport over. Well, you did a gratitude for what you did. Warcraft told me everything, how you fought with the key current and saved his life. For all the good it did, we saw what happened when he met the skulls. How they beat him half to death. We could have stopped them. I reckon you could. Mifford's a warrior, as is your hot comrade, and you're strong like your father, that much is plain. But I think, Ralger, you did not, because it would have not ended with them. Warcraft and his sister would have been branded insurgents, if not the whole lot of us. Bones heal, scars fade, but the dead remain dead. We're alive, and that's more than can be said for only the gods know how many others. That's enough for you, is it? To put up with whatever they do to you, so as long as you get to see another day? That's right, you grit your teeth and learn to live with the pain. I'll admit I was quick to judge you, Lise, and for that I apologize. I know you and yours mean well, I do, but I'm telling you, the gods in the heavens is my witness, and we've got nothing left to give. We can't help you. I understand. Thank you for your honesty. She may say it, but she doesn't mean it. Nor would I expect her to. Her father was stubborn as an ox too. If she set on walking the same path, I would pray that she won't follow it to the same end. Well, she took that better than I anticipated, which isn't saying much, I suppose. We should go and see if she's alright. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. I am back. Obviously. Got a little thing I needed to take care of, so now that's done. Hopefully, we will minimize the distractions. Sorry about running off like that. Alamegans terrorizing their own? I just can't accept it, you know. No matter what he thinks, they shouldn't have to put up with it day after day after day. I'm not completely naive, you know. I didn't expect them to storm a castrum with their pickaxes and shovels, or whatever it was. Nor did I expect Rokrata to just lie there in the dirt while they kicked him. I can't claim to know their plan. I barely... or to know their pain. I barely remember this place. I do, but I remember Ida's. I remember how scared she was when we ran, and that look in her eyes when she talked about home. Her home, but not mine, is it? There you are, Lise. I've been looking all over for you. Well, you found me. Got something else to say? That I do. I said some things to you before that I shouldn't have. It wasn't my place to do so, and I'm sorry. All that rubbish I spouted about how I love my village, but when one of ours was in need, I was cowering here with all the others. I didn't even think to go to after Rokrata, but you did. Made me feel like a bloody hypocrite I am. If I truly cared for my people, I'd fight for them. So I will, if you'll have me. You're asking to join the resistance? When you put it like that, I suppose I am. But not just me. There are others I know who've been thinking about it for a while now. There's not many of us, and we're not hardened warriors like you lot, but... I start somewhere, right? If your heart bleeds for Alamigo, then that's good enough for me. You and yours are more than welcome at Rhalgr's Reach. Thank you, sir. You won't regret this. I'll go and speak with the others and send word when we're ready. Still think this isn't your home? No, I was just thinking aloud. And with that, my friends, our mission is concluded. Let us return to the Reach. Bum 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 bum. First of all, allow me to commend you both on a job well done. Though nothing went according to plan, we nevertheless managed to attract some new recruits, and it was your passion and conviction that moved them to join. Thank you. No, thank you for giving me an opportunity to find out what our people have been through the past 20 years. It's been humbling. And troubling, too. I'd heard about the skulls, but that was the first time I'd seen them in the flesh. I know you say you're the same as any other Imperial soldiers, and maybe that's how I'll have to think of them myself if our paths ever cross on the battlefield, but when, not if. The day will come, Lise. You can't afford to hesitate when it does. Young, old, conscript, citizen, Garlean, Alamegan, none of that matters. They've all got their reasons, but they're no better than yours, especially when they're bearing down on you blade in hand. Saying that, I don't want you to kill them any more than you do. If I could convince them to lay down their arms, I would. Sadly, I've never been much of a talker myself, but who knows, maybe you could be one, Lise. Your father certainly was. Right then, I best begin preparing for these new recruits. Alcazar, Lise, it's been a pleasure. Yes! Owing to the efforts of you all, we have accomplished a great deal in a short time. The Resistance thanks you for your service, Scions. I see operations here have been proceeding apace in my absence. Welcome back, brother dearest. I take it your efforts to gather new recruits were successful? Indeed, there are several amongst the Scions ranks that were eager to take part in our joint endeavor with the Resistance, whom I had come to present. Commander Kemp, if I may, my name is Arenvald Lentinus, a half-breed, as you can doubtless tell. I'm here to fight for a free Alamigo, for an Alamigo where women like my mother were never made to suffer. I pray you grant me this honor. You are a true-born son of Garabania, same as me. This is not my honor to grant, but yours to freely take. Welcome, brother. With our swelling ranks and the aid of the Eorzean Alliance and the Scions of the 7th Dawn, I believe we will soon be in a position to seize the initiative. Once our new recruits have received sufficient training, I will propose to General Alden that we draw up plans for an assault on Castellum Villadina. And in the meantime, we will make what preparations we can. Ooh. Got a cinematic. Meanwhile, in the royal palace of Alamigo. Well, they're half aches, and thank you so much for the follow. How's it going?
Alliance forces have occupied Castrum Oriens and taken up positions along the length of the wall. Our patrols have engaged their reconnaissance parties on site, but there have been no significant exchanges, save one. A unit tasked with field testing prototype Magitech weapons was attacked. The weapons were destroyed, with the unit sustaining near-total casualties.
Near-total? Go on.
My lord, there was but a single survivor from the unit in question, which falls under my command. According to his report, they were ambushed by a contingent of Eorzean Alliance regulars, abetted by resistance insurgents.
A
simple ambush and only one survivor. A fine day's work. The stubbornness to survive is not without worth. He may live. However, the 12th is no place for the weak.
He shall be relegated at once, my lord. As you say, the 12th is no place for cowards who count their lives more precious than the cause.
Indeed, indeed. We have no need of cowards.
My lord,
Cowards who defer critical missions to their subordinates, who hide within their castra, never meeting their prey in battle, never staring into the whites of their eyes. Why, when confronted with a heretofore unknown icon, did we surrender the wall to the Alliance? Because my honored father, in his infinite wisdom, has not seen fit to grant us leave to march on their lands. Accordingly, we have extended an invitation to our neighbors. Gear-Abania is where we shall host them. The field upon which we shall enjoy the sport of kings. Patience is paramount. Cornered animals may have spirit, but they are ultimately predictable and very poor sport. But if one dangles the promise of freedom before them while nipping at their heels to stoke their passion, then things become interesting. It is a delicate dance, one which asks much of my house. And so I put the question to you, my fellow huntsman. How shall we deal with these savages?
Nobody?
My lord, I have a proposal.
Silence, Alamegan! You do forget yourself! Only by the grace of Lord Van Baelsar were you afforded a place here, and that in name alone. We have no need of your proposals, savage.
This savage yearns to hunt her own. The floor is yours, Commander.
Thank you, my lord.
He's all kinds of messed up. Okay. Monago. Alright then, I've got duties to attend to. Mayhap we can assist with said duties. We are here to help after all. The three of you have been busy, so I'll understand if you require time to rest. If not, however, it would seem sensible to assist our allies with their preparations. We'd be grateful for any and all help you can offer. If you ask around, I guarantee you won't want for work. I don't need any of those earrings. I beg your pardon. The man who bested Gaius Van Baelsar wishes to offer me his assistance? I say this is highly irregular, though I've heard it said you had a penchant for aiding the common man, in which case, before the occupation I was a humble historian. While my duties leave me scarce time for aught else, I think it important that these momentous events be recorded for the benefit of future generations. Primary sources are indispensable, and I had a mind to question a number of my fellow freedom fighters, ask on their motivations for taking up this cause and so forth. You may take down their statements in this log. And Malkazar, thank you for your service, now and ever after. Well, let's go up there first. Yeah. Oh, I didn't get it all the way. Try it again. Oh, too far. What is this? The Temple of the Fist is what they call it? Oh, and it's a dungeon. I don't have access to it yet. That's a fun dungeon. At least the last boss is. Come on. Really? Why'd I join the Resistance? Well, if you must know, it was to avenge a friend the Imperials butchered before my very eyes back in Alamigo. We owned a stall in the markets, and a passing soldier snatched up a piece of fruit. He spoke up before I could stop him, only to get a foam of steel in his gut for his troubles. I found my way here, and that was that. So he's trying to stop an Imperial from stealing from him, and the Imperial killed him without any consequence. Crazy. Any other blue quests show up? Looks like I actually had multiple to do. As cool as it is to get more done at the same time, having multiple story quests going on at the same time, it kind of just gets a little confusing. It's like, I just want to keep it a little, you know, you don't want it to be too linear, I guess, but you also don't want it to be too widespread. Too spread thin, that's what I meant. I was just a cook for all this. Simple fare, really. Had a chance to lend a hand and help feed some refugees one day. I took a liking to the fighters. They believed, you know, there's always a need for cooks. Or at least people who could work with whatever foraging parties turn up. A dash of green. Look at that. You want to help, do you? Seeing as how I'm in no position to leave the stew pot unattended, could you go to ask Tebby for a variety of herbs? 6 sprigs or so, whatever he's got on hand should suffice. It's not as haphazard as it may seem. Depending on the recipe, it doesn't really matter what sort you add, as long as you add something. I'll be here when you get back. I'm gonna go this way first. Let's actually get 3 of them at the same time. A Future Rust, dash of green, and then this one's called the Wayward Brothers. And it's the Announce a Battle Maid. You look like a strider in search of comrades in need. If so, I have a task for you. I am a trainer, and I was told to expect new recruits this day. Yet nary one has come. Perhaps they were given the wrong time or location. I do not know. They number 5 in all. These would be warriors. Send them unto me. Did you chance to find them? So there's just a lot of going around and just talking to everybody. And I can play cards if I want. Triple triad. Hey, I'm gonna drive through your training. Can't stop me. Why? Why indeed? To save lives, perhaps, or to make amends for the ones I couldn't. My father and my brothers were worked to death while building a castrum. What did it matter to the Garleans, eh? More where that lot came from. After that, I couldn't keep on doing nothing. The Garleans will rue the day. Just a lot of busy work. We'll get back to the main story shortly. I know, I'm late. I had to say a prayer for my sister first. After what the Imperials did to her, death was a mercy. Aren't you the Icon Slayer? Damned if I know why you'd bother asking someone like me why I joined the Resistance, but it's simple. It wasn't fighting for El Amigo, I'd be fighting for the Empire. You're either with them or not, and if you're with them, you may as well make the most of it. Food, training, citizenship if you live long enough. You'll die stealing someone else's land, like as not, but that's the choice. But me, I'd rather die here. Okay, so I talked to all of those guys. Apparently I can't float across that water. Actually, I'll start up here and I'll work my way back because she's right there. Bevis. Well met, Malgazer. Have you spoken to the freedom fighters I asked? As fascinating as they are varied, you have a knack for convincing others to bear their hearts to you. I could not have done better myself. Many years from now, when these tempestuous times pass into memory, their accounts will serve as a window into the struggle. We must never forget, my friends. Never. Or is it 6 sprigs or whatever's on hand? Afraid I can't spare that much. You'll take 2 and be glad of it. The remainder you have to gather yourself. Shouldn't be too much bother though. You'd be surprised what you can find growing underfoot, even in the Reach. Just a lot of... Okay, so this is just a lot of going around and exploring this area, I guess. Alright, where's this? There it is. Oh, bugger, you were sent by the snake, weren't you? I heard 1 in 4 recruits doesn't live through their training. That can't be true, right? Oh, bugger, oh, bugger. I need to find herbs, and I need to find more recruits. The teacher calls for me. I see. We were discussing strategies for disabling Magitek armor, you see, and... Ah, yes, of course, there is no time. If you'd excuse me. Oh, am I looking for a recruit? Or am I looking for... Yes, I'm looking for a recruit. Probably inside here. 1,000 pardons. So preoccupied was I by the question of whether Al Amigo should be a monarchy or republic that I neglected to attend my training. How silly, I know. Until we drive the Imperials out of our lands, the question is moot. Not training. God, I was so busy practicing to impress the others that I completely forgot. Thank you. Did I even get to this sightseeing spot? Come on. Alright, so now I'm looking for some herbs. More herbs. Right next to the battle maid. Nice. All recruits are present and accounted for. My thanks to you, Strider. Not all appreciate the rigor with which I train my recruits. Some favor a gentler approach, as if the Imperials would be so kind. It is a thankless job to teach, some say, but I say their survival is thanks enough. Fare you well. Now, if I get into a cinematic where I have to do the long S's, I probably won't, because I have this bad habit of running out of time. I wonder if there are mounts that help you get across water faster. I know that in this game there are mounts that help you swim underwater. In this, on the armatures in this expansion, but I mean like across the top of the water, like the wild water striders. You never know. There you are. A couple of herbs I asked for. Thanks, that'll do nicely. And sorry to impose upon you, sir. Thought you were another new recruit. Didn't realize until after that you were, But the answer to the question is probably in your mind, yes. It's always like this. Never enough food or supplies to go around. All the more reason to be grateful when our countrymen can spare some for the cause. That comes at a cost too. Too many villages, too many children more deserving than us. But a man can't fight on an empty stomach, can he? So we partake as we must, and we never lose sight of the dream. Alright, now that I'm done making a name for myself inside of the camp, damn it all, where could it have got to? Pardon me, fellow lover of freedom and justice. You haven't seen a ward of the Destroyer or anywhere, have you? Maybe on the ground? As if a certain bloody fool had dropped it? Aye, I'd be him. I had it this morning, and that much I know for certain, and I've not left the reach since. So it's got to be around here somewhere. If you had a moment to spare, would you be willing to help me search? I spent some time near the Temple of Fistula, so it might be there. As for me, I'll look around near the officer's pavilion. They're hardly rare, I know, and I could just easily buy another, but even so, please help me find it. What interrupted me? Here we go. It's out in the open and everything. He didn't even try. If a good chunk of these story quests are going to be this quick just to get to the good stuff, I'm down. This one's pretty quick. I swear I've searched high and low, it just won't turn up. 7 Hills, that's the one. That's my lucky ward. You're a godsend, brother. Before I was born, my mother made a pilgrimage to the Temple of the Fist, where she, like many others, received the blessings of the monks. And then Theodoric came and burned it all to the ground, the mad bastard. After him came the Garleans, who cared even less for our beliefs. But I still keep to the old ways, as do many others, and when my son is born, I'll teach him the stories of the scripture as my mother taught me. Alright, now we're back on. I'm talking to Alphino now. And with that, another task is complete. Malchezair, here, you've been keeping busy? Aye, that he has, and we thank him for it. It pleases me to inform you that our new recruits have completed their initial training and stand ready to contribute. That was quick. As discussed, Monago, I would have you present my proposal for an assault on Castellum Valadina to General Aldine personally. Of course, sir. Are you and yours planning to return to Castrum Oriens before the operation? If so, why don't we travel together? That seems a fine suggestion, but I must consult my comrades ere we depart. Very well, I'll wait for you at the pass, but not too long. I expect Kryl and Y'shtola will wish to remain here to support the Kyrusians, but nevertheless we should go and ask them. I agree. At least give them the invite. Give them the opportunity to say no. Oh, excuse me. Is Artemis? Explain. I see. That would explain the sudden flurry of activity outside. This joint operation marks a turning point in our conflict with the Garleans. For the first time, the Resistance and the Alliance shall go on the offensive and attempt to capture an Imperial outpost in occupied territory. Personally, I believe it is imperative that we offer them our full support. As was the case with Ishgard, however, this is not a choice to be made lightly, nor less on others' behalves. This is war, and every side must decide what part he or she would play. I'll fight, for Alamigo, for my father, for Ida. I'm in it to the end. The choice was made for us ere we were born, brother, when the Empire marched on Eorzea. It will stop at nothing to subjugate or slaughter us all. Van Belsar and Van Darnus are but the first to try. Though your fervor is surprising, I cannot dispute your logic. At the risk of repeating myself, I am of course of the same mind. The present situation is untenable, and further complicated by the existence of Ilbrid's Primal. I believe we have no recourse but to directly and openly intervene. I thought this was a foregone conclusion given our actions thus far, but if you require renewed affirmation, then yes, I am still wholly committed to this cause. For it is ultimately the self-same cause I have served since first I pledged to serve Master Louis Swat and the Circle of Knowing. The salvation of Eorzea by any means necessary. That said, I shall refrain from taking the field on this occasion. There are many here who require further treatment, and doubtless more to come after. I came here from Menphilia, and that hasn't changed. However, I'd like to stay with Y'shtola for now and tend to the wounded. As for you, Malchezair, you are, to quote our dear friend Lord Edmund, the man who slew Gaius Van Belsar and some half-dozen primals besides. Your presence may well prove the difference between victory and defeat. Many look to you as a hero and heap great expectations upon your shoulders, but you, like every scion, must decide for himself. Oh, decide for yourself. I'll fight. The Empire poses too great a threat. Indeed, as you have doubtless seen during your time in outlying villages, their so-called meritocracy is but a pretext to torture and enslave their lesser subjects. Such is the fate that awaits us all should their expansion continue unchecked. Take care, Y'shtola, Kryl, and do not hesitate to contact us should you require assistance. Please, I would ask that you remain here by Conrad's side. We should go, or Monaga will leave without us. Might I persuade you to join us, Malchezair? Should you wish to give your decision further consideration, Castrum Oriens would seem an apt place to do it. You need an answer right away. I'm sure I can convince Monago to wait a little longer. I'm gonna ride something inside of here. Heck yeah. Oh, it's a Quirrell. Sorry. The Quirrell left the dookie in there. Gotta clean up. Bye. Oh, excuse me. Alright, Alphino. So you'll be accompanying us. Well, glad am I to hear it. All set? Excellent. Then let us be off. Had to jump. Very, very important. I'm just gonna teleport. Hang on, where's the nearest one of these? Southeast. I'm gonna check real quick, because there's another exit out of there. And maybe one of those ones where it limits you until later, like I was saying earlier. Whatever. I know there's one that I've never gotten. I didn't even really try all that hard. I thought it was a different exit. Well, maybe not. Ah. One moment. Yoink. Updated. There we go.
Excellent. The disposition of the Imperial forces is exactly as expected. I will notify Father. Cannon fire! Where did it come from?
Smoke! There! Is that... Oh gods, it's Ralga's Reach.
It's no use. I think someone's jamming our communications.
You don't think... Could this be part of a coordinated attack?
Too early to draw conclusions. We must abort the assault and return to the Reach at once.
You!
Traitor! Kinslayer!
You're no kin of mine!
Well, well. Stand aside, pilots. This one has promise.
Have a care, my lord. She's not like the others.
Do not disappoint me, girl, or I will kill you.
Seven hells! It's him! It's Xenos!
The Viceroy! Oh, you are a dead man! Ah!
So spirited, and yet so empty. Magical barrier. Alas, it will not save you.
Hold the line, Byrolga! Hold the line!
Kryl!
Alphino!
We saw the smoke and thought we heard explosions. Are we under attack?
The Imperials were all over us before we realized what was happening. No one knew where to run or what to do. It was chaos. Lise and Master Kemp rallied the guards and bought us enough time to get some of the wounded to safety, but I haven't seen either of them since.
Confound it! If we lose the Reach, this will all have been for naught.
Arenvold, can you escort these people to the wall?
Aye, sir.
Our place is at the Reach. We must offer such aid and succor as we are able. Saving lives is now our paramount concern.
If we can hold back the Imperials until Father sends reinforcements, we may yet turn the tide.
I'll join you. I've done all I can for these people, and you'll be crying out for a healer in there.
I fear you're right. Come, there is no time to lose.
It's all over now!
For the glory of the flames!
took you so long?
Alphino, I need your help!
My lord, the prisoners!
See to your men, Pylus.
As you command, my lord.
Your friends were a disappointment. But you will entertain me, will you not?
As one!
Be gone! Give me something to remember. Don't stop now. pathetic.
Seven hells.
Shall we give chase, General?
Nay. There has been enough death this day. See to the wounded.
Aye, sir.
You all right, lad? Tis no ordinary foe could best the likes of you.
Don't you die on me, Ashola! Hold on!
Don't worry, it's going to be all right. Alphino, Master Kemp is all yours.
Understood.
Don't just stand there gawping. Hold her down while I work. The worst is past, but without the proper facilities, I can do no more.
Master Kemp too would be better served in the infirmary. Let us take them there without delay.
Give us a hand, would you, Lise?
Of course.
I know you must be exhausted, but there will be others who need our help. Leave these two to us and look to the other wounded.
Were it not for the swift actions of the Scions and the Alliance, many more would have died. You risked your lives to save ours, and for that we thank you.
There is no need for thanks. We are allies, are we not?
Aye, just so. Let us not dwell on this tragedy, but look to the future.
The future? I'm sorry, General, but there is no future for us. We've lost too many. Gods, I can still see Mefrid with that woman standing over him. They've ripped the heart out of us, General. They've broken us. Our fight is over.
Master Kemp, please.
I'll always hate them with every fiber of my being. For what they took from us then and now. Our homeland, our freedom, our bloody children.
You mean the Skulls? The youths who fight for Xenos?
Grania Lupi, the Black Wolf's legacy and our shame. A unit made up of children born to Alamegan dignitaries who came of age during the occupation. Sons and daughters of Gir Abania, raised to be proud citizens of the Empire, with all the rights and responsibilities that entails. It'd be easy to curse them and call them traitors, but they're our children. Our flesh and blood. If the only way to forge the future we want is to cut down our own, then...
Then what was it all for?
Nargo?
What will you say to the families of the fallen? To the mothers, and the widows, and the orphans? Will you tell them it was all for nothing?
Listen to the girl. We dare not suffer our comrades' sacrifices to have been in vain. Now is the time to steel our resolve and press on, painful though it may be.
And when Xenos comes back with his army, what then? This isn't the first time, you know. You'll be hard-pressed to find men brave or stupid enough to face him again.
I still can't believe how strong he was. He humiliated us back there. The Warrior of Light included. Gods help us if he's next in line to the Garlean throne.
Loath though I am to say it, we should not be surprised. Before succeeding Van Baelsar in Alamigo, Xenos led the Imperial army to Doma, where he crushed the rebellion utterly. As a matter of fact, Doma remains in his charge to this day. Suffice it to say, Varus's heir is a peerless warrior and an accomplished general. The question is, how are we to contend with such a foe? Interesting. You are suggesting we kindle the flames of revolution in Doma once more and force Xenos to fight a war on two fronts?
For that, there would need to be someone left to fight on this front by the time you got back. Look, I'll not deny the plan as promised, and I feel for our brothers and sisters in Doma, truly I do. But I fear we lack the strength to see it through.
Have faith in your people, Master Kemp. Them and the Scions. Hold fast, rebuild, and when all is in place, we shall defeat Xenos together.
If you're going to Doma, I'm coming too. I want to help our friends there. And make sure nothing like this ever happens again.
Give us the time we need, and we will give you something far greater.
Very well. For all you have done for us, we will fight on. But be swift, comrades. Alamigo has suffered enough.
FFXII be praised. Full sure was I that I had come too late.
Urianger! Tell me you haven't come all this way just to see us off.
Nay, my lady. Ere you quit these shores for eastern climes, I wished to share some words of seeming import. Look ye where the sun doth rise. See crimson embers, darkening skies. Look ye where the sun doth fall. See azure lost amidst the squall.
Well, that sounds suitably foreboding. Another one of your prophecies, I presume?
Of far eastern origin, aye. It is mine earnest hope that this ancient wisdom may serve to guide you on your journey. For what dangers lie in wait for you upon those distant shores are yet beyond my knowing.
A parting gift befitting your roundabout ways. Thank you.
I have more than words for you, my lady.
It's beautiful. Is it for me?
Though undeniably powerful, your ethereal blade taxeth you greatly in the wielding. Not so this rapier, which shall serve you just as well against all but the most formidable foe.
Impressive. It feels as though it's attuned to my ether. I shall treasure it.
Honored guests, say your farewells, for the moment of our parting draws nigh. A fair wind blows, and I mean to follow it.
It would seem our ship is set to sail. Pray give my regards to Thancred and the others. And take care.
A fine day, is it not? Fair winds and following seas. The Misery is enjoying herself. Nevertheless, it would not do for you to spend the entirety of our voyage above deck. Let me show you to your quarters.
Is it supposed to do that?
Not under normal circumstances.
Captain! You need it on deck! Something queer's afoot. The winds died down, the waters went still, and all of a sudden, we were dragged off course.
Dragged? By what?
can't rightly say, sir. But some of the lads are muttering about seeing things in the water. Things that shouldn't be there.
Oh, for the love of... If you will excuse me a moment. Actually, might I persuade you to join me? Loath though I am to admit it, I have a bad feeling about this.
Well, that's very annoying. So, before or in the middle of this stream, my computer crashed. I got everything back up and running and I was playing. I realized about an hour in that, of course, when you crash, the OBS Streamlabs settings all get messed up, including the audio input capture, which is my microphone. Which essentially means that for about an hour, you didn't hear me talking. How annoying. Well, I'll have to splice them all together later. I just want this thing to work. You have to go out of your way sometimes. Odd. Most odd. Well, you have any idea what's going on? No, as the man said, despite the absence of wind in the current, the misery is somehow being pulled off course. Well, why not fire up the cerulean engines you have hidden below? An excellent suggestion based on the knowledge that you should not have. Alas, our engines appear to be malfunctioning for reasons that escape my engineers at the present. I'm telling you, Captain, it's them. Things the lads saw. Things? I don't suppose I could convince you to attempt something more descriptive. An adjective, perhaps? Sea-wolf superstitions and fairy tales, not more. But if you must know, the things which he is so reticent to name are the souls of deceased women said to lure sailors to their deaths. Preposterous. Yes, indeed. If it is neither the sea nor the weather which is responsible, it is probably a predatory entity of some sort, perhaps a siren or some such. For all we know, it could be a fellow spice trader employing magics to seize and plunder passing vessels. Regardless, we have but one recourse, to let the current take us where it will, and deal with whatever we find there. What a thoroughly pragmatic suggestion. Oh, I'm beginning to like you, girl. I assure you the feeling is not mutual. Once we arrive at our destination, be it a vessel or an island or something else, Lisa and I will remain with the ship to defend it in case of attack. Alcazar, I believe you'd be the ideal choice to venture forth and deal with the cause of our troubles. Per usual. Then it is settled. I know not what awaits us, but it will rue the day it reeled us in. So that sucks for this. So that hour chunk of time when I wasn't reading all that stuff out. Hopefully you guys enjoy reading. It also sucks that I don't have enough people watching me to be able to tell me, oh, by the way, we can't hear you. That would have been nice to have that back up. All right, first dungeon for Stormblood. Siren Song C. Wait, left me a voicemail. Hang on one second. Just the county calling saying, hey, we heard someone in your house tested positive for COVID. Please visit this website and answer some questions. Or not. Don't you worry about it. I'm staying at home. All right, let's get this queue going. I hate every single time. It's like at least 5 minutes just standing around. There's nothing you can really do in the meantime. That didn't take long. Obviously not as quick as I'd want, but it's still not too bad. All right, let's get in here. Question marks. We don't know where this is. Dang, we got a bunch of buffs on. Oh, scholar stuff, monk stuff, yeah. Bard stuff. Island dead ahead. All hands brace for impact. We appear to have arrived at our destination. Care to go and greet our hosts? Yes, I will. Sorry, it wasn't a monk, it was a ninja. What the heck? I'm taking a lot of damage. Alright, those are all done. There's a ship graveyard in here. Oh, is this supposed to be spooky music? Another setting that I probably have to fix there. The game was probably too loud for a bit, so hopefully that fixes that too. You can hear me better. Look at that boss. All right, well, let's do this. For Morphous applause. Sea swallows all. That's right, he was taking extra damage because of our ninja. It can do an ability that makes the enemy take damage from all sources for 20 or so seconds. This boss isn't so bad. And done. All right, Albatross, later. Sea monks. Skinless Skipper. Ooh, look at that boss. The governor. That looks cool. Wonder how much tougher this guy's gonna be. Shadow flow. What does that do? Oh, get out of the shadows. That's essentially what's going on. My magic vulnerability is up. Oh, darn. Enter night. Oh, pulling one person in. They have to break the tether. Okay. Shadow split. Bet I don't have my Holy Spirit, or I'd be able to do some damage right now. The governor and that whole bunch of little grovelers. Here, throw shields at him, I guess. There we go. Cool. Awesome. He has coffins on his hands. Yeah, slow everyone down. I just got that, so pass. And these guys hit pretty hard. Whoa. I can understand, you know, doing damage as a healer, but sometimes you gotta actually do your job. Obviously, killing things faster means that there's less healing to worry about. But if someone's about to die, you get on it. I had to throw in a couple heals myself. A whole bunch of treasure coffers. Fleshless captive. That looks cool. This guy has quite a bit of health. Almost like he's another boss. Seductive Scream. I don't know what to do with that one. Well, someone stunned him, so hopefully that did it. I wasn't close enough for that, but okay. Yep, mini boss before the last boss here. Interesting. These bosses look cool in this dungeon. I've been waiting for you. You have. Oh yeah, this one advance. So if you hit advance, she'll force you to go in the direction you're facing, so you want to avoid going to the AoEs. And then if you have retreat, it'll make you go the exact opposite direction. So again, you want to make sure you're not going to hit any of the AoEs. Orbit advance. Okay, so I'm going to aim myself this way. Boom. Perfect. Alright, we're going to put your tears down now. Excuse me. We're going to get another retreat. Yeah, or an advance. There we go. We had a retreat now, so I'm going to walk backwards. You. If you do not serve, then you will suffer. Oh, jeez. Orbit advance. Yeah, LB. Nice. We're going to retreat. Okay. And success. I was not expecting level from that, but I got quite a bit. First time completion is 1.5 million. Yeah. I got a lot of stuff. Whoa. Okay, well, I guess no. They all left before I could commend. That's on them. We made it.
Thank the 12.
Everything here would appear to be in order. Good. Repairs should be completed by the time we return to the misery, whereupon we shall resume our journey without further delay.
Why did it get so quiet all of a sudden?
I swear, if I never hear another ghost, it will be too soon.
I remember the sea, the smell of the salt, and the crash of the waves as we drew closer to Kugani. The only port open to outsiders in Higashi, across the Ruby Sea from Othard, from Doma. All the colors of the rainbow, all the peoples of the world, all in one place. I wish you could have seen it.
Alright, Carvalane. Congratulations, you now stand at Kugane, the western port of Higashi. Regrettably, the only port in this nation open to foreign trade. Oh, and I do apologize for the unforeseen difficulties which befell us during our journey. Needless to say, your assistance in overcoming them was much appreciated. Well, yeah, I killed it all. Glad though I am to have arrived, I would remind you all that we are far from home, with limited resources at our disposal. Duly noted, brother. I shall take care not to enjoy myself. In any event, Doma is our final destination, and our first order of business should be to secure passage there. Captain Carvalane, I realize you pledged only take as far as Kugane, and I would have no desire to change terms of our agreement. I should, however, be interested in knowing how you would go about reaching Othard were you in our position. At the risk of stating the obvious, you are in a port. Surely there is a kind of generous soul here who will aid you for the right price. You cannot be the first traveler seeking passage to Doma. The captain makes a good point. It is like the Yugiri and Gosetsu were forced to come here through the self-same reasons we were. They must have found a way to Othard, assuming they are still not in the city. Ere we seek passage, mayhap we should first seek our friends. Leave it to me, Alphino. Making friendly inquiries is my specialty. Lest you forget, I got plenty of practice in Ishgard. Captain Carveline, would you direct us to the nearest tavern? Desperate for a drink, are we? You may find one in that large building just beyond the pier. Whether your journeys have come to an end or about to begin, the Shiokaze hostelry is an ideal place to rest, relax, and reflect. Or so they say. And with that, my dear scions, I bid you farewell. As soon as we have replenished our supplies, we must away. Ours was ever a fast-moving business. The spice trade, you mean? But of course, surely you did not think I traveled halfway around the world and delivered you to your destination solely out of the kindness of my heart? Perish the thought. Thank you, Captain, and may the Navigator watch over and keep you. He's like, yeah, whatever. Right then, to the hostelry? Excuse me. After you.
By the 12. I thought Ishgard remarkable, but this... We are certainly not in Eorzea anymore.
You just figured it out.
A tavern is a tavern, Alphino, here or anywhere else. Now, if you'll excuse me, it's time to do what I do best.
What's convenient is we all speak the same language.
Oh, 1,000 pardons, my lady. The signs of the 7th dawn, I presume. I hope your voyage was not too trying.
And you are?
Ah, yes, of course. Forgive me. Hancock of the East Aldenard Trading Company, at your service. On behalf of Chairman Lolorito, I bid you welcome to Kugani and invite you to take refreshments at our local offices.
Lolorito? I was aware his interests extended beyond the borders of Eorzea, but not so far as Kugane. Regardless, I am disinclined to accept the hospitality of grinning merchants, especially those who serve a master with whom we have such a difficult relationship.
My, such naked suspicion. I do hope that business with the Crystal Braves did not rob you of all faith in your fellow man. Or do you really think the chairman is plotting to drag you into another one of his grand schemes?
I wouldn't do it.
I beg your pardon? If you are trying to win my trust, you are failing quite spectacularly.
Oh dear, have I offended you? Once again, I must apologize. Too much time in the Far East, you see. One is compelled to talk in circles round everything. One finds oneself longing for the invigoratingly candid speech of the Uldan markets. Though I see now that this was neither the time nor the place to indulge said longing. Might I suggest that we continue this conversation at the company offices? Too many eyes and ears here, you understand. 'Twould be decidedly reckless to say any more.
If I may favor you with the invigorating candy you apparently crave, it would be decidedly reckless to follow a man I neither know nor trust. Give me one good reason why we should accept Lord Lolorito's invitation.
Now there's the young diplomat I was told to expect. Very well then, I shall explain. You understand that you are come to a most reclusive and secretive nation, yes? One whose borders are closed to foreign trade save at this single port. Then it should come as no surprise that a great many parties have vested interests here. Merchants like myself are a given, of course. For every one of us, you may be certain there is also an agent of a foreign government. Many notable nations and empires have embassies here, you know.
Including, of course, the Garlean Empire, with whom you have such a difficult relationship.
To paraphrase, Kugani is teeming with Imperial spies, one or several of whom could now be listening to our every word.
Something to that effect, yes. Beneath this veneer of bustling trade, a war for supremacy is being waged between world powers. One might say we were standing on the front lines, just not in public.
I still have my doubts, but he may have a point. I say we accept his invitation for now.
Yeah, that's all nod. We have to agree on this. And you must be Malgazir Earthbiter, Slayer of Gods, Rider of Dragons, Savior of Ishgard, Stealer of Pants, if some of the more puzzling rumors are to be believed. I knew it. May I say with an honor and pleasure it is to make your acquaintance, good sir. I just know you and I are going to get along famously. Now then, without further ado, allow me to escort you to the company offices. This being your first visit to our fair city, I shall make an effort to point out various landmarks along the way, if you be so good as to follow me. I'm going to start grabbing aetherites. This is an actual city too, so I can't mount up. Yeah, see this one right here? I'll show you in a second. There's quite a bit to get. Yeah, this right here. You have to like do this huge, ridiculously long and complicated parkour puzzle in order to get to that. Then you have to jump and land on it perfectly. Everyone, if I could have your attention, please. You are now standing in Tenkanto. Loosely translated, the name means Spire of Drifting Souls, which, as some of you may have deduced, makes reference to the aetherite which stands over yonder. Look at that aetherite, that looks cool. The design is markedly different from those in Sharlayan, yet I trust its function as identical. Diplomat and a scholar, will wonders never cease. Our Eastern aetherite technologies have a long and storied tradition, I assure you. This particular example was constructed by the Oni Shushu, a collective of skilled craftsmen who guard their ancestral techniques with the utmost secrecy. In short, you'll find it no less reliable than its Western counterparts. Attune if you like. Yes, I will. Beautiful though it may be, we cannot spend all day staring at the aetherites. Come, come, let us move along. The markets are next. Well, this is all introduction. Let's grab aetherites. We've arrived at the largest shopping district in Kugane, Kogane Dori. Kugane, as you're doubtless aware, is an ancient Hingan word for gold. So in this prosperous port where golden fortunes are made, lesser fortunes, or Kogane, are earned by the local merchants. It's all quite logical once you learn the language. Hey, now you're beginning to speak my language. Oh, a kindred spirit. What a pleasure it is to meet a young lady who appreciates the value of hard-won coin. Buddies. Hancock of the East Ardelon Trading Company. You are with clients today? Why, if it isn't Master Caton. Pray allow me to introduce you to my esteemed guests who recently come from distant Eorzea. This kind and generous soul supervises all transactions here in Kogane Dori. Your sincerity is ever appreciated. As he says, I am Caton of the Hakuchi clan, and it is my honor to serve as overseer of these markets. As we receive many foreign visitors in Kugane, we accept all manner of currencies. Rest assured, your Eorzean Guild are welcome here. I invite you to peruse our wares at your leisure. Arms, armor, foodstuffs, potables. Here you will find all of them and more. You go ahead. I'm going to grab that aetheryte. If we may pause here for a moment. This road leads to the Ijin Gai, the district in which Ijin or foreigners are permitted to reside. Would this also be where the foreign embassies are found, including that of a certain empire? Precisely. So you see, it would not be at all unusual to cross paths with one of our Garlean cousins here. With this in mind, I would encourage you to choose your words carefully. We do not anyone on any physical altercations, after all, such spats being strictly forbidden. The Sekisei Gumi punish breaches of the peace quite severely. I have seen foreigners permanently exiled for a single violation, though to be fair, this is not common. More often than not, they are executed on the spot. What? Cut down then and there? You're joking, right? Would that I were, but alas, these samurai are a humorous lot. Humorless. Why, I recall one instance when a foreign merchant in his cups dared lay his hands upon a Hingan aristocrat in front of the Sukase Gumi. The samurai cut him in half with a single stroke. I don't even want to think about it. So as you see, it would behoove you to behave. Failing that, you may be forced to part ways with one another, or you with yourselves in the manner of the late Teleji Adeleji. He finds it very funny. Oh, how I amuse myself. We must carry on. I have yet to show you the Garlean consulate. Alright, so I got that one. Let's grab this one, and then I'll head back around. Like I said before, I wish there was a way to look at the map and be like, oh, I got that one. Like it was a different color or something like that. It's easy to tell which ones you're missing. This, as you may have surmised, is the consulate of which you know who. Mark the guards at the gate. Are their uniforms not different from those you've seen in the West? Were you to travel far and wide, you would find that many such variations exist, often inspired by local designs. All of which goes to show that even a massive empire seeking to rule all of creation is not without its artisans. I actually did get a better version in that dungeon, so I'll leave that one alone. There is also much more I would speak of. The soothing waters of the onsen. An onsen. I've never been to an onsen, and I've also never been to Japan either. The ephemeral delights of the pleasure district, but you are doubtless still weary from your long sea voyage. Let us retire to the company offices. I'm going to go get the rest of these aetherites first. You hold your horses. Yep. Got a new title. Okay, so got all those. We can go back to the main. Yeah, I'll go back to the main Aetheryte. The Sekisegumi Barracks. Why can't I? Oh. Why is that red? Why can't I do the leaves quest? Very strange. Not like I really care, but it's just still strange. Is this the Pleasure District? Hot Springs. All right, that's all of them. Just out of curiosity, I'm gonna go see what it takes to I don't really care to unlock it. I'm like, why is it red? What I do? Oh, hand or land. Okay, that's why. Okay, so I have to have a crafter or gather that high in order to unlock that, which is very strange. Alright, well, with that, I'm going to go ahead and end the stream here. Appreciate everyone for watching there. And peace out.